What's up, everybody? It's me, Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics Auxiliary hazardous storage facility somewhere in the world. Something about that didn't sound right. What's up? I was waiting for it. My finger on the button, I'm like, something doesn't feel right. And then I have to cough right into the microphone. Let's get some music going. Sorry, it's this message you can't see that it got blocked. That it took me a while to figure out what it was saying. I saw a message in the Discord earlier. Well, first off, what's up, John? What's up, Wilku? What's up, Headmo? What's up, Silas? How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to some Blendin. I saw a message in the Discord from Flash that there's some YouTube chat issues going on. And then I have this message here, which is composed, it looks like entirely of emojis. YouTube is having a bug with chat where English is blocked and only their languages and emojis are working. But I don't know what it means. Maybe it affects certain people, certain areas, because, you know, I've got other people here in chat that don't seem to have an issue, so I'm not sure what the issue is exactly. All I saw was that it was bugged. But then again, if people aren't able to send me messages in chat, you know, like if you can't send a message in chat, then you can't tell me like it's broken. I had an issue. This reminds me of an issue I have with my phone every now and then, where without warning, it will just stop accepting or sending phone calls. Like I can't make calls on it. There's no warning. There's no message. Everything seems like it's fine. And usually what happens is I'll try to call out to somebody. There's really only like one person I talk to like on the phone. That's not like texting, and then it will like go to dial and just hang up. So I'm like, oh, okay, this is the problem. I restart the phone. But sometimes I can still make outgoing calls and I can't receive calls, and I don't get a message. the calls don't come in, and it's like, well, you know, how I have no way of knowing, because the only person who's trying to call my phone is visually impaired and can't text. So English is broken. Is it? How is this happening? Well, how did I get I don't know if anyone can explain. I don't know how Judd sent me a message. I mean, is it like hey Jum, is Jum at a jam? Hey Jum. And I see, you know, I got this message again. I'll just go ahead and show it. It was very weird. It took me a while. Specifically English only, or unrecognized English. Is that what is this? I'm so confused. So are you saying that if you send a chat, because the only chat message that I sent was just an emoji, so it's not sending messages that only contain English. What? How could this happen? What on earth could create a bug like that? What's up, Pennels? What's up, Flash? This is Yep. Yeah, I just typed a message and it just went through, but it was AI related. This is just one of those it's just one of those things, man. Who tripped on the cord again? Oh my god, Pig Latin. which is funny that multiple attempts to like get past it, YouTube's like, no, I'm blocking that. What are they trying to hide? Message later and go through. No, yeah, I saw that. I saw it just vanish into the void. This is the weirdest bug that I've ever seen on this. What? How can this? I was gonna make some comment, some half joke about like how many companies that are like 50% of our code base is AI generated, and then like stuff goes down and a bunch of stuff breaks. I saw one where like AWS had some issue because their AI decided to just delete a bunch of their code. I don't know the whole story on that, so I don't want to get too deep into it, but like the English are at fault. It's those damn Brits. Okay, I'm looking at a post on this now. This is the worst moment of my life. This is the weirdest thing ever. This is gonna completely derail everything, which doesn't take much. So here's a little secret. Like, I love Blender and I love working in Blender, and I hope people enjoy watching me work in Blender because I'm a bumbling fool. Like, I'm a complete amateur. I make a lot of mistakes. I somehow get stuff done, but I always feel like I've done it incorrectly. But a lot of times I'm doing Blender when it's like, I don't feel mentally that I could concentrate on a video game today, and or something is going on that may require me to step away from the computer more frequently than usual. And so whenever I have a Blender stream scheduled, or I do like an impromptu Blender stream, it's usually like, well, hopefully people will like watching this and I'm going to try and get some work done, but also like there's something else going on behind the scenes that it's like I can't take my eyes off of this thing. I like to try a multi-world randomizer someday. What is a multi-world randomizer? Always with my streams, it's always busted. There's always something. The first comment is just complaining about how people can ban words, which I do agree, kind of agree with that. I can understand the reasoning, but it does kind of suck if like shadow banning can be rough, but there's good reasons for it. Multi-world. I don't know what is involved with the multi-world randomizer. Seems like an American. No, it's just UK channels first out. I love this post. Reeks of AI slop coding. You can put random foreign words or non-English language letters in between words and it bypasses it at least. This is Did they recently add some like translation, like auto translation thing? Because it seems like, or are they just blocking everything in English because something, you know, or is it just a complete, but I'm struggling to think why, like what kind of bug would click this off? I don't know. It seems because YouTube caught on. YouTube figured it out. Spanish, our languages work so far. English, oh, so Flash did update me on this. Same or different game, and all our game items and stuff are randomized. supposed to do Hollow Knight, One Ratchet and Clank, Link to the Past, Sonic Adventure 2. So, is it everyone doing their own randomizer? Or is it like the items from the multiple worlds are mixed up in all of the games? I'm confused. Also, like one of the previous messages Perhenmo sent me was just someone in a like a Tanuki suit waving nuts around, which is just bouncing on the screen there. Well, it's gonna be impossible to communicate. It's gonna be impossible. Do I keep going and just work on this stuff, or do we just reschedule this for another time? Maybe check back a little bit later and see if it's going on. Because it's really weird to me. Because it's worse than streaming to 0 viewers, because I know you're there, but you can't talk to me. I make it an ASMR stream. Oh no, Sky would not like that. No, Sky does not like the ASMR. Although, is he in that? No, I don't think he was in that clan I was thinking of today. I've been working on this GameCube model for like literal months. And I have started it over like 4 times. Not because I got stuck somewhere or just had to trash it all. But because for a long stretch of time, I would forget that I had started it and start a new one, only to realize as I'm going through, wait a minute, I've been here before. And the GameCube isn't particularly complex as far as consoles go, as far as like console shapes go. It's mostly a cube, right? I mean, it's in the name, the GameCube. So it generally doesn't have like oddball shapes like a lot of consoles might have, like a weird curvy shape like the Genesis Model 2 or even the Model 1. But the Model 2 is one I haven't started yet, because every time I look at it, I'm like, my mind is burning up. Like, how would I do this cleanly? One day Jum will blend the game sphere. It's spherical. I forget what the actual product was. I think that was a DVD player. It may have been a stereo. It was either DVD player or stereo. It was like, that was like a legit product that you could buy for a time. But it's got a lot of stuff in it that I'm always trying to find a better way to do it, which is, you know, I got all these buttons and everything. And usually what I would do is I would just, you know, create the button, make a slightly larger one, and then use booleans to kind of stamp that or cut that out of the basic shape. And it's fine, except that you can see like there's no geometry here to really support like a circle. So there's just gonna be a bunch of like free floating verts just kind of kicking it here. That's also really close to some of these other ones, which I can clean up and fix. It takes a lot of cleanup afterwards. But it's like, what do you say, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Because they either do this Boolean and then go back later and try to clean it up. And I'm not very skilled yet at, like, there's ways you can take, like, let's say this was all flat up here and you just want to like take some of these cuts out or limit this down. You can combine things over in a way that doesn't leave you with a bunch of, that still leaves you with quads, 4 points, but limits it down so you don't have a bunch of unnecessary geometry going through it. Or you can use like this, the geometry created by this to create other stuff. And like it looks fine, but it's bad from a performance standpoint. It's bad modeling. I mean, all of my modeling is bad. I'm just going to say it outright. I'm still learning. I just fumble around through this stuff, and all of the geometry has issues when it really comes down to it. And I try to clean the stuff up as best I can and do the best I can with it. But sometimes I get to a point where I'm just like, you know what, this is good enough. This is good enough. It's the same reason I cheat and often don't model anything on the back, because you never see it. And I might model the 3 separate expansion bays in the bottom, which our GameCube might not even have. I want to say a lot of them weren't even, a lot of them, there's only 3 of them. I'm going to turn around here and pick up a spare GameCube. All right. Yes, I do just have a GameCube sitting on the floor behind me pretty much at all times. I have 2 GameCubes. A purple one. A little bit beat up. And then a black one. Because they were cheap. Last GameCube I bought, I paid $20 for, because the optical drive didn't work. It does now. It was about an hour, 2 hours of work and a handful of surface mount capacitors, and the optical drive works fine. Not that I necessarily need it, because that one I installed a flippy drive in, which is an optical drive emulator. I don't know what... I don't want to look up what official... what official expansions from Nintendo, I guess from anyone, use this. Because you've got serial port 1 and 2, and I don't have a door for that. Or if I do, it's buried away somewhere. Whatever the Game Boy player plugs into, which I think that may be parallel port. I'm gonna go for like a little bit, and then if this gets too weird for me, I may call it. I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind, because it's very odd not being able to see any chats. Let's look up the GameCube expansion ports. Serial port, Game Boy player, the high-speed port, serial port 1, serial port 2. Serial port 2 remain unused by official accessories. Mostly removed in later budget revisions. Yeah, so you can see on the on this one, which I'm not even reading my chats. I cannot read French. I'm not even going to try. I sound like such a bumpkin. D'après-moi, tout restore pass moi. See, I'm also afraid to read them because I know you, and I have no idea what I'm saying. I could be saying all kinds of wild things in French. It feels like a trap. Yeah, it's just paranoia. But yeah, so you had 3 ports in the bottom. Serial port 1 was used for the Ethernet adapter, broadband adapter, which a couple games used. Just summoned an eldritch being of lust. He's already here. It's for Henmo. Paranoia. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to be. Like, you never know. It's not paranoia if they're actually out to get you. Yeah, so this would be... Let me get my pointer here. You can actually see this. So on the GameCube, a lot of models were lacking serial port 2, like the later models. But I'm pretty sure they still had serial port 1 and the high-speed port. The high-speed port was used for... I don't think I'm mistaken. My GameCube player is plugged into the other one. It's used for the Game Boy player add-on, which allowed you to play Game Boy and Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color. That was a weird order to list those in games. Serial Port 1 was used for the broadband adapter, which was used for some online multiplayer games. Phantasy Star Online also used that for the GameCube version. I think those are pretty expensive to get, but there are pretty recent developments. People have homebrewed their own broadband adapter that you can get for a pretty decent price. So if you wanted to check out some GameCube stuff to try to access whatever is still available online, you can do that without all this much issue. Serial Port 2, nothing officially from Nintendo ever used that, but you can get the SD to SP2, SD to SP2, SD to SP. Let me look this up. SD to SP2, which is SD card to Serial Port 2. And it's a small board that plugs into the Serial Port 2 expansion and has an SD card on it. And previously, you would either have to boot off a specific disk or have some kind of hacked save on a memory card or a mod chip installed. And then you could boot games off of the SD card through Swiss. And Swiss gives you a lot of different options on the GameCube. It's very cool. Now there are two options out now. One is the Flippy Drive, which is an optical drive emulator that sits between the GameCube and the optical drive. So you keep the optical drive. What's up, Skyo? Chat has banned English, so we're having quite a time here. This will probably be a short stream unless it fixes itself because it's freaking me out. But you can install that solderless, like it just has a ribbon cable that folds in, and then you still have the optical drive, but then you can also boot into their own bootloader and load games from an SD card, which is really handy if you want to play fan translated games, if you want to play like ROM hacks on stuff. There's some like hacks for games like Batten Kaitos that remove some of the changes they made for the US release. So there's a lot of reasons besides piracy to want one of those. Even if you have the discs, you can use this to rip your own disc to the SD card and then keep your disc safely stored away and not have to worry about your potentially valuable discs getting scratched. Also does multi-disc loading really well, just kind of automatically jumps to the next disc. It's very cool. And then there's another version, which is a lot like the Flippy Drive. I think it's based off of some of the open source parts of the Flippy Drive that doesn't itself load games on an SD card, but you can couple it with the SD to SP2. And then you have a solderless system that can boot off of that. I know this works if Heyo first. I don't know. Oh, looks like it's fixed. Hey, what's up, J Money? How's it going? Well, we're back. It's back. What a weird. This is gotta be the weirdest bug that I have seen yet on YouTube chat. I see a lot of weird stuff where it decides like I'm gonna block someone saying, "Hey, Judd." Why? Guess who's back again? Been a while. It has been a while. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing all right. Always good to see you. I'm just looking at my physical GameCube here, deciding whether or not I want to model these switches. I also see something that's not really apparent from my reference images that I'm gonna have to. I don't have to tack in, but I will tack in. So a couple of things that aren't like apparent on this. It's gonna take a while for it to load back up because I have so many operations going on this. I swear, like I always get down to like the smaller details And then I just like start to choke on it where I'm like, oh no, I don't know this. I gotta add bumps in this. Oh, this is gonna break everything. Seems like taking all the bonks instead. This guy takes a lot of bonks, but it's mostly for ridiculous stuff. Coming back for a good Blendin sesh. Yeah, I did the majority of this, pretty much all of this I've done off stream. And I whenever I find time, which is rare now, I have almost no free time outside of streams. And I barely have time for the streams. But the stuff ends up taking me just forever and forever. So I'm looking at my actual GameCube, and right in here, there is a little like round bit sticking out. And I think I could make it work just with the geometry that I've got from these vents, which there's no detail to these vents because at the scale that you're going to see these things, it's something I could come back to later and get more complicated. On this side, you would see a little mesh and you'd see the side of the shield and the board. The other side, you would see the fan. I'm not going to model any of that for this because most of my use case for these models is to sit on my desk, my virtual desk here, and just be nice little decoration. And I have fun making them, and I have fun making the animations. So there's some details that I just scrimp on. I'm like, you know what? Well, I probably don't need to do that. Because that's most of what I'm down to, aside from actually applying the modifiers to this, is like a lot of little stuff, like getting the buttons, which are mostly just flat surfaces. The open button has a little round indent. There's text around the power, reset, and open. There's a Nintendo logo on there. On the front, there's a inset dot for the controller ports. 1, 2, 3, 4 dots. The controller ports themselves don't have detail. There's some minor details on the door for the memory cards, and then labels under the memory cards. And the rest of it's mostly texturing stuff. Did you ever put some wear and tear on them? Like scratches? Yeah, so I have somewhat, and that's not something, unless it was particularly deep, like broken, like there's a huge crack in it that alters the shape of it. I wouldn't model it in, but there's ways to do it with the texturing, just playing by normals, and I find that works fairly well. It also has the advantage that you can just change the material. So the model remains the same, and you can just load up a different material to add different kinds of wear and tear. It can't drastically alter the overall shape of it, but you can put like nicks and scratches and stuff. And they look fairly convincing. If it was like close-up shots and you need a lot of detail, then I might model it in. But I have done that before with like scuffs and scrapes. You can't really see a lot of them when they're on the stream, but they are there. I think the cube also is not quite as straight up and down as I have it here. Because right now this is all like pretty straight up and down, but actually like the top is shifted in a little bit. Like the bottom is a little bit wider than the top. Which may cause me some issues. So I'm just thinking about how I want to do. Let's do the roundy part. Give that a shot. It's just a lot of detail stuff. I may end up not doing a lot more with this because I just get mentally stuck on things. So I guess first I can see Yeah, this would have been better. See, this is another thing that catches me up, and I end up like, all right, let's go back and redo stuff. Because to make the top smaller than the bottom would be a lot easier to do when it's just a cube, right? Because now, like, I can't just grab the top and shrink it. I would have to grab all of this stuff. But there's ways of mitigating that. I had one, I never knew that. Yeah, it's just kind of, it's like ever so, you can almost see it in these images, but having one in person. Now, if I just put this one up there, if I got the labels on and everything, it's pretty convincing. Even in its like current state, it's recognizable as that. Are we back? I believe we're back. Is it still like to give a limit of English text per 30 minutes? Oh my God. It's not even, I'm not even getting like a bonk. It is just like dropping chats. It's like half and half. But this is immediately recognizable as a GameCube. So if it's not, we're streaming now. Ooh. Dropped one of mine earlier. Yeah, I don't think it's 100% fixed. Yes, it's recognizable as a GameCube, but an actual GameCube isn't like, it's the same reason that like I would bevel the edges here, because the real thing isn't like a hard line. So like if I just add a cube in here, right, and if I take this cube and I just select this top face and I scale it, right, it's very clear, right, that the bottom is wider than the top on either side. And that works very well because there's nothing between these 2 points, right? So whatever I scale this top bit to, it's going to equally shave everything else down, right? However, if I put, a bunch of additional cuts and a bunch of additional loops in that, right? And then we do the same thing, you can see it only goes towards the most recent point. So now if I want to make it even all the way through, I can't do this anymore. Nor can I just select like all of this, right, all the way through here. And scale that, because it's going to have the same sorts of issues there. So one thing I could do is I could turn on proportional editing. And proportional editing allows you to apply that out. So you have this circle and you can scroll the wheel up or down to make it larger. And that's sort of where I want to be, except that you can see that top portion is not quite it. Like that would get us most of the way there, but for whatever reason, like it's really holding on to the top. Now I think I can adjust this. Smooth. We could do constant. No, that's not what it is. Linear? Linear gets a little weird as I shrink it down further. Doesn't apply linearly. Yeah, so you can adjust how you go through and find the one that best works for you. Random. I've never tried random. Oh my God. That's actually kind of neat. That might be fun to break something. Root. It's good to know because there's like some particular shapes you might want to make using one of these techniques. Get familiar with the different options. Inverse square. So it's kind of curving it in. That's kind of a neat look. So like if we just had to go like a little bit, I think that gets a pretty good result. So that may work for us. Now let's see if we scale this separately in X and Y. So let's scale this X. We could scale Y. And it's actually like a little bit more pronounced in the back. However, one thing that this throws off, so this could work. Just move this way off in the distance. In fact, let's just delete it. Deleted. Okay. You have to take the handle off first. I want to say the handle is a separate piece that is just kind of plugged in there. It's not actually like joined in on the model, nor is it like sliced around it. So that's pretty safe. It could screw with this geometry here. I mean, it's always something I can just undo. So let's get this, put this. Just grab the top. Okay. Now it's going to be very unperformative here because I have a bunch of bools going on, a bunch of Boolean, which depending on how you set it up, you know, the lid is a Boolean where I have a lid shape sitting on the model, and anywhere they intersect, it kind of cuts that away from this particular object. And so as I move these vertices, it has to recalculate all of that. And so it runs a little bit slower. So it's very slight. So we're going to scale this X on the X axis. Just a little bit. I mean, it's so little that it may seem just like not even worth it. If you pay attention on the side of it, you can see how enlarging the circle increases that. But I can already see issues in the front here. So I think on this one I may just not worry about it. It is such a subtle difference that I think I can live with it, and I'll just know it's wrong. Because you can see this line right at the edge of the front faceplate, and that's where the kind of hole for that is set in. Now I could fix that pretty easily. I could straighten those out. I just got to get one to the right place, and I can align them all back up with it. But I see I'm creating a lot of work for myself for what is like a very subtle difference. So I don't think I'm going to worry about it. It's noticeable, but also like very, very subtle. So I just shifted it in just like a little bit. Probably not even enough. But we do have some stuff broken here. If I get rid of the controller plate, this doesn't really line up right. So we no longer have like a little gap. And it's not even super duper noticeable, but it has created a bunch of extra work for me now. This is... That's fine. That looked weird for a second. From an angle, like it's not even really noticeable, but it does break some stuff. All right. So I'm just going to revert that. Because it's such a small change that unless I was doing like a really close-up model of this, it wouldn't be that big of a thing. Consider it an Easter egg. Yeah. At some point, like a lot of going through this is get something that's finished. Get something that's finished, but keep note of the stuff that has given you trouble. For me personally, keep note of the stuff that gave me trouble. Tried to figure out a new way of doing this or that. Getting some new techniques. Eventually, you know, I can go back through and probably like rebuild these from the ground up. Because if you take, I can show this. I know this isn't getting much of the main project done, which is kind of why I started something that's mostly finished. Because so at the very least you can look at this and go, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And honestly, I could shove this on my desk right now and just be like, it's good. Because you can't see, you won't see the words around this. You won't see most of these details. The controller ports will look weird. I could 100% cheat on the controller ports and just take this face here and make it a texture using that image, which is what I've done on some consoles, but you'll never know. If you look closely, you can see though. These details. It's all about them details. Because at the size that you're seeing, it is like, it'll be on the desk, probably not even that big. It'll be like this on stream. And I worry so much about I worry about details like the handle. Realistically, the angle that it sits on the table, you won't even see the handle unless I set it up specifically for you to do so. But I know it's there. It's kind of like if you're working on a sculpture of a person and the person's wearing clothes and you just worry about the front and don't do anything in the back, and the back is just an absolute mess because like no one's ever going to see it. I want to show something just because I had it in mind. So if you have this cube and you had an issue like this where if you had, you know, a bunch of cuts in it, I could have just subdivided this as well. And you need these all to be like straight up and down, right? Let's say you've got you know, this area that is inset. We'll just extrude that back. Extrude it. Right. And then there's something that's supposed to fit in there, and you want it to be real straight up and down. But then you end up having to go through and do what I was just working on there. And it might break some stuff, right? So we'll go through and scale this down, and you can see like the inside is moving there. And just for simplicity's sake, I will constrain it so it's not, the bottom is still, well, actually that doesn't really matter because we still have those pins, the vertices all the way in the bottom, not pins. Let's get it to a point, and even that may be fine. So we'll just shrink it in a little bit. And now like this isn't really square up and down. So as long as you have a good reference point, or could give yourself a reference point, which is this vertex right here, we can select all of these, and you're going to want to set all of these pairs. And then select this one last. Turn off proportional editing. We'll go to the pivot point, transform pivot point, set it to active element, which is right now the last point selected is active. And if we scale this on the x-axis at a rate of 0, it will line all of these up with this on the x-axis. So S for scale, X for the x-axis, 0. And then that squares all of them off. And they should still line up in terms of their position on the y-axis. We haven't moved that at all, and it's pretty flat all the way through. So now we've got that back straight up and down. We can probably add this one too. Just to neaten it off. And you could go through all of these and kind of redistribute them. But that would allow you to do what you needed to do to bring the sides in, and then get this cleaned back up if you need it straight. That's a lot of what I work on this stuff, is just getting way too fiddly. Like, no, I need it to be exact. Because you could also just eyeball the stuff. You also just eyeball it and just like grab it. But I'm not great at eyeballing things. And a lot of times I'm like, okay, I'll just do it by hand. And you end up with something that's like this. And it's like, yeah, it's straight. That's pretty extreme. But like, yeah, it can, especially if you're trying to produce a curve. It's like trying to make a curve by hand is kind of crazy. You know, you can take points and use plugins like loop tools, which I think I have on this. I don't have loop tools on this. Loop tools is a neat plugin where you could tell it to turn this loop into a curve. It's not perfect, but it does help. Otherwise, you could create a circle and just try to line up the vertices on it, the number of them to match this, and then just drag them all into that. Because it doesn't have to be on the same point. But yeah, so the round today, VS Arcade port on the SNES. Oh yeah, I think that was part of the Capcom beat 'em up, wasn't it? That they had. I saw your stream. I had to watch it after the fact. I saw you playing Hide Light on the NES, and no, that was not the version I played. I played the original version from the PC 88. What's up, Jeremy? How's it going? I've been working on this GameCube. I've been working on this GameCube forever, and I was just going over some problems I had with it. The main one is this is like perfectly cubical, but the actual GameCube is wider at the bottom than it is on top. Very subtly so, but it's not like a perfect cube. But at this point, I have so much geometry on this there would be so much cleanup work to try and scale it back in, to try and exclude points or just scale certain things, that I just don't want to deal with it. I just don't want to deal with it. I'll do it if I ever make one again. But yeah, you also could use as a reference point the 3D cursor, which is useful if you want to line up vertices or objects or anything between two different objects. So if you had another cube here and you wanted to line this up with it, you could select this point on that object, Shift S, and then cursor to selected, and then go edit the other one, right? You could go edit the other point, and then if you scale, X0, Y0, whatever, it will scale to the 3D cursor as the reference. Usually set this to individual origins, but it varies. All these things like your reference point, they have different uses to them. Snapping, things like that can be very useful. But yeah, that was just illustrating some points there. Looks great. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm down to like the worst stages, which is like when I get to like the final details, then it all starts falling apart. So now I've got a thing. It's not at all apparent from these reference images. Yeah, it just doesn't show up at all. Is it? It's on both of them, isn't it? Yeah, it is on both of them. I gotta get a different system for getting reference images. I need to set up like a nice stand where I can get good straight on shots. The problem is when I try and take photos for myself of my consoles, they always come out weirdly angled, and then I'm unhappy with lining stuff up. What's up, Joshua? I heard the jingle and highlight. I was like, that's not the 3-second MIDI. No, it's a ripoff of Indiana Jones. Also a very short loop. Yeah, Hydlide. I saw someone commenting on how Hydlide was a ripoff of Zelda, and you rightly pointed out how it predates Zelda, but a lot of people's only familiarity with Hydlide is the NES port of Hydlide, which came out after Zelda, like way too late after Zelda, and it was an okay port, but like the music was a mess. But by that point, like, you've played the thing that followed it, that did it better. Or should at least Silver Surfer had good jams. Yeah, Silver Surfer is fantastic music-wise. That is Tim Follin. Well, actually, his brother's credit too, Jim and Jeff Follin. Tim Follin is a madman. His chip tunes that he did are just outstanding, and it's very funny to me because when asked about it now, he's like, "Yeah, I don't write music for that anymore because we don't need to. Like, why would you go back? It was terrible." But he could like really dig great sound out of those limited systems. Golden Axe made a game called Golden Axe Warrior for Call. It was literally Zelda. Yeah, it was like an RPG, but maybe action RPG is better, but it was pretty much like that. There were a lot of games that followed after Zelda. You had Newtopia 2 on the TurboGrafx, the PC Engine. There are a lot of games. There's games on NES that followed that, but there were. The formula that they used for Legend of Zelda existed before Legend of Zelda. A lot of those games were drawing from the success of Zelda, but were taking their cues from an earlier game, Tower of Juaga. And if you've ever played or looked at Tower of Juaga, you'll see the influence that it carries over It's on its surface a pretty simple game where you're just going through this maze, killing monsters until you find a key to get through a door to get to the exit. But every floor has a secret, has some secret condition that you have to meet in order to get an invisible chest to appear, and you need to get all of those treasures to get the true ending of the game. And they could be like, kill 3 enemies, kill 3 specific enemies, get hit by these enemies, block these enemies, get this one specific, like touch every corner of the map. They're all like weird secrets like that. It's a very popular arcade game in Japan, and they would have notebooks that people would leave there where they would share their notes on, hey, I got it to level 20 and this is how I found the treasure. Which is where a lot of like the secrets in Zelda and that style of game comes from, of like these secrets where you just kind of have to like try a bunch of stuff and then you swap stories with your friends about it. So Zelda gets a lot of credit for a lot of those games, those games being ripoffs, but a lot of them were more made in response to Tarjawaga. They just got funding because Zelda succeeded. Basically, modern gamers pretending Breath of the Wild invented the open world genre. Yeah, it's funny to me because like open world has been around for so long. It's not a new concept, but people were kind of tired of open world, like even as far back as Skyrim. And people really like Skyrim. I really like Skyrim. The issue is that open world became a popular like mode of delivery for these games. You can't even call it a setting, game type, maybe, but like open world games became really popular. So everyone was churning out these open world games, and you'd have these games that, what is the expression? A mile wide and an inch deep. You have a huge map and there's just nothing going on. There's nothing to see. It's just a lot of walking. And there's so many of those genre. I wouldn't even call it like, is open world a genre? A genre to me is like, I don't know, because you could have an open world RPG, you could have an open world racing game, weird as that is. Well, isn't that what the new Mario Kart's an open world racing game? You could have an open world action game. Could you have an open world Tetris? Can you imagine open world Tetris where you would just have to wander around this flat, barren landscape to find Tetris matches? It's open. That's just Minecraft. I don't know. I bet anything that somebody has made Tetris in Minecraft with redstone. I can pretty much guarantee it. All right. I'm going to add a circle here. Oh. Let's get the cursor over there so this will show up centered on that. All right. How many segments do we have? 32 is probably good. Let's scale it up. All right, let's raise this up. I'm gonna line this up with the fans, the vent ports here, because that's pretty much where it is centered on them. And it pretty much goes to the end. Game to have a trailer that's like smaller worlds, less quests, less story. Yeah, I don't, genre is like a term that I kind of despise because it gets tossed around. Like it comes up a lot when I'm looking for survival horror games, right? And you'll see a game like Overblood listed as survival horror. I don't believe that's survival horror. I think Overblood 2 somewhere was listed as survival horror. It absolutely is not. There's no horror in the game whatsoever. But it has some commonalities with it. I remember like all of the raging arguments over what genre various Legend of Zelda games are. Like, because there are people who argue they're action RPGs. And then there are those that argue that it cannot be an RPG because it lacks, like, you don't have stats that go up. You don't have numbers to look up. But then I've also seen people argue that it's not an RPG because you're not playing a role. And then I'm like, well, is Chrono Trigger not an RPG? Because you didn't make that character. Chrono's the character. And that's their argument that, like, because you don't make Link is just a dude that's there and you control Link. Well, you're not really playing a role. And I'm like, you're ruling out a huge swath of the RPG just to try to win this. I think action RPG, at least for like the first Legend of Zelda, is close enough. Like a simplified RPG, I think it's kind of pushing it. But it's fairly accurate if you really think about it. Are you playing a role in every game? They had like a very weird definition. It's the kind of thing that like they either had one particular game that they were thinking of, and then they reverse engineered the definition of RPG based off of that, or they were deliberately wording the rules specifically to exclude the Legend of Zelda. Instead of thinking about whether or not that was appropriate, they just decided, no, it's not, and then came up with an explanation later, which usually leads to like terrible reasoning. I want more points than this on this circle, but we've got a frame of reference there. So I'm going to put the cursor to that. I'm going to get rid of it. We're going to get rid of it. I'm going to add a new circle. I'm going to double these points. Now this is where I go crazy because like these things don't need to be this detailed. But the more, particularly with circles, with any kind of curve, the more you put in it, the more vertices you have, the more points, the better it's going to look, the smoother it's going to look. Okay, and about how tall is this? So the bottom of this curve that kind of juts out from the bottom and it's hollow on the bottom is about half the distance from this lip, this inset, to the fan. For reference. My question is, did you cut the sound in your headset when you played Highlight? Did you listen to that jungle last night? Oh, I listened to it nonstop. Yeah. You'll know if I mute the game audio because you won't hear it either. I would never leave game audio running for the viewers if I refuse to listen to it myself. I may mute the audio for the viewers and continue to listen to myself if it seems like it's particularly annoying for people. But I will almost, I struggle to think of a time where I'm just like, I'm muting this. I can't deal with it. Because to me, part of the fun is when the short, obnoxious loop drives you insane. It's hypnotizing in a way, a bad way. Something there's always action, adventure, and puzzle solving. Yeah, particularly like after the first one, like it definitely moves more towards it. But like the second game straight up has levels, right? You have attack, magic, and life. You earn points that you spend to level those attributes that's RPG-ish. It's an action RPG in the vein of the early Ys games. An argument could be made for that. Overall, they're puzzle action adventure games is how I would put Zelda, like, broadly. Does have classic RPG elements, side quests, and equipment. Mavars, like, yeah. Put the sound down for me when a game because it blasts through the OBS for audio editing. Yeah. It should be range. You can mod it to be an RPG with stats. That's pretty crazy. I don't think I would want. I mean, I would try it. It's gonna say I would just play something else. No, I would play that with RPG elements. Like I like Zelda as it is. I don't think I need to like gussy it up with more stuff, but I think it would be cool. How am I gonna do this here? How are we gonna do this? Because I got this curved section, and if I tear out a chunk, it's gonna wreak havoc on that. And this really does go all the way to it. However, I'm looking at this now, and I really don't need to bevel this because on the actual GameCube, this section is really straight, really straightforward. Let's do that first. Let's deal with that. So the bevel is all done with a modifier. Let's see if I can just grab these loops here. Okay, so that's not in it at all. Okay, and so this one too. Let's see where these go to, because this is intercepted in the back here, which is fine. Because I think I left those. Oop. Yeah, those are just flat in the back here, so it only goes up to there. Okay, so it's a bevel modifier, so not just beveled, and it's using weights, and so I can go through and change the bevel weight on these lines to increase or decrease the bevel. I'm gonna take that weight all the way down to 0, so it's gonna be straight, even cut there. A lot of times when you have like gaps, they'll be rounded up to a certain degree, but this is not. These are just like a harsh cut. It's split. This may even be too big. No, I don't think it's too big. I think it's the appropriate size. So it's not really rounded where this inset is. And it's funny because the inset makes it appear that the bottom of the GameCube is like a separate piece that comes off, which technically it is, because if you open it up, like this top part of the case comes up and then this lower part of the board has your motherboard and everything in it. But oh, it's not separate, but there is the GameCube, the Game Boy adapter that actually serves that purpose. Nintendo's always got kind of unusual designs. I never like in a device where it's modeled to look like it comes apart a certain way when it actually doesn't. Don't lie to me like that. So similar conversation, another streamer about people calling Metroid a first-person shooter. Sorry, it is, but apparently is something debated this day. If you're talking like Metroid Prime, the Metroid Prime games, yeah, they're first-person, and you're shooting stuff. It's a first-person shooter. First-person shooters can have a lot of different like sub-genre indicators to them, and the first-person shooter part of it defines the game. It's first-person, you're shooting things. There's puzzles, but look, there's puzzles in Half-Life, right? There's puzzles in Doom, right? Those are still FPSs. You know, if you're gonna argue it can't be an FPS because you're not like there's no blood or anything like that, that's the kind of argument that I would hear over stuff that like Well, no, because an FPS is like Call of Duty. FPS means it's military. No, it doesn't. First person shooter. That's it. You can have first person shooter and then still be like, it's a first person shooter Metroidvania. I argue that Metroidvania doesn't have to be 2D side scrolling. You can have a 3D Metroidvania, and that's what it is. And which is kind of rough because like it's almost tautological. Like what kind of game is Metroid? It's a Metroid. It's like if you say a game is a Zelda-like, then what's Zelda? What's Zelda? You know what I'm saying? Like you get to a point where you're not really defining terms, but like yeah, it's an FPS action adventure exploration game. You know, but it's still delivered as a first person shooter. Just as the original Metroid is a side scroller. You could call it a side scrolling platformer. That is simultaneously an accurate description of the actions you are taking in the game. You are scrolling side to side and top to bottom, and you are jumping on platforms. That is a description of the game. Is that how you would describe Metroid to someone? But I feel like calling Metroid Primes FPSs is more accurate, is more descriptive than side-scrolling platformer is for Metroid. But it does leave out like the particular flavor of it. But it's still accurate. It's still accurate. But that's the problem with trying to define genres, is that a lot of times you'll find situations where it doesn't quite cover it. It doesn't quite convey what it should be. But I still, yeah, FPS is an accurate term for that. Okay. We're going to put the cursor there. I was just talking about this. We're going to go back to the circle. We're going to do a lot of mashing up on this. Okay. And then we're going to scale this to Z. Oh, I got to change my reference. So scale Z0, and that puts it at the exact height where we want it to be. This will be interesting because this will create some tries, I think, if I do it, depending on how I do this. Put an R, or not an R, but a point here. It's Control R is the command. Okay. I'm gonna move that out to about where it intersects there. Doesn't have to be perfect, because it's just one point on it. And the idea is that what we'll do, even though this will be kind of tedious because we'll be doing this for both sides. I do the back handle. The back handle has been set, and the back handle was mostly the same. Where I kind of lined it up with the reference images. I put a curve in. I deleted most of the vertices past a certain point. Like I didn't need the whole thing, right? So later those, straightened that out a little bit. Kind of adjusted it. Extruded it. And then this one too is like I grabbed the whole top section and kind of scaled it in a little bit because you can see, let's find a good image for the handle. You can see that the bottom is further back than the top, so it's kind of scaled in there. And I just kind of wedged it in there. If I was being more careful with it, this would also be booleaned in, and then there would be an intersection where it actually fits in there. This whole back section would get a lot more detailed. So, do the same thing on this side. Just create a new loop approximately where the edge is. It's not really a loop because it's just one vertices. Double tap G to move it along the path here, which is useful when you need to move a vertices, but you don't want to alter the shape of something. Just going to put it roughly there. Let's see here. Okay. And the other thing is, because I put that point there, we can really easily see where the points are. I'm going to put this, just going to grab the one beyond it. Okay. Extra one beyond it. Whoop, whoop. I'm gonna delete those because we don't need them. So what I could do at this point is exclude main. I could go through on this model, on this object, and for every point on this, or a close enough approximation to it, I could grab one of these vertices and move it out to that point, or multiple vertices, and move it to that point. Just making use of what's here. I will need to make another loop around this on both sides, and then extrude the points. I'm gonna extrude like from here out, and then drop that back in. You would end up with some weirdness there, but I can make it work. And just go through like, okay, move the cursor to this point, go back to this, edit it. Another thing I could do is I could just merge this circle into this model, and it would just, these vertices would not actually be connected to anything. But I can go through and connect the vertices to just merge it into this manually, piece by piece. That might actually be the better way to do it. Because I could move like these without affecting the shape of anything. But it sure is chunky. Let's change that to individual origins. It's really not like unperformative because it's got so many different modifiers running on it that it has to recalculate everything. But I can line that all up. Okay. I think I might do that. I think I may just kind of make the shape off of this curve and then merge it into, like, combine it into this main GameCube body, and then just go through and manage everything from that. Let's extrude on the Z axis. Just kind of eyeball this. That is pretty good. That's about what you're looking like on the model there. Okay. Let's put something here. Put the cursor to selected there. Is it fixed? It seems to be. It appears to be. At least I am seeing chats. So it seems fixed for the most part. There's still a possibility that things could be whack. Okay. We'll put a new loop. It looks like that's going to go all the way around, which is good. Okay. Okay. So another thing, we're adding a lot of extra geometry. And then we're going to take this and we're going to scale it Z0. And that should put it right at that height. And so yeah, this really is just a matter then of picking vertices to cut off of this or adding extra points onto this and then blip, 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 blip. Like we just line these points up to points on the curve on the top and the bottom. Delete any faces inside because you're not going to see them anymore. I don't have to mess with extruding anything. It's all just kind of there. And if we end up with some funky bits, we end up with some funky bits. It'll just be like a small try right there. And then once I have that, I could make it if I wanted to, which I don't because I don't need to. But I could go back again and inset this section because on the actual GameCube, the bottom of this is hollow on the inside. Presumably so that you could pick it up or to make it easier to separate from the Game Boy player, possibly. Yeah, this may just break things. This may just break things terribly. Okay. We'll get ready to combine this. But it sounds like a printer. It's like that's like a tape cassette noise. Is what that is. It's like the opening sound is someone like putting a tape in. Or the tape flipping over, which sounds a lot more like a VHS than a audio cassette. All the music, as always, comes from I want to say this comes from BGMer. Which specific ones? I don't think I have notes on these, but I can open the app up. I'm so used to not being able to see anything on my main monitor because it's running video straight from the consoles, so I can't access anything from Windows. Let's check the button here. Was it LT 121? I never did go back through all of these and like, hey, hey BGMer, is this one still good or does this vanish? Kubi actually found like why my opening song disappeared, and I'm like, I'm just not gonna worry about it. Because it's like one royalty-free music seems to have ripped off another royalty-free music, and I'm like, where do I stand in that? It's all free and used without like copyright, like, you know, it's very strange. But that was what appears to have happened. He found it on YouTube's library of royalty free to use music, and it's different, but like it's mostly like the same song with like slightly different instruments, but you can tell like it's the same thing. Somebody got to him and said, hey now. But you know, honestly, like there's a lot of songs from BGMer that I specifically grabbed because of that, like the Y-Files track. All right, so this was the last track, the previous track that we were listening to is this one. Yeah, so every time I go to BGMer to look for like the specific song that I'm using, it's like, is it gonna be gone? Okay. And then this is the current track. The Y-Files ever goes down. Yeah. That'll be that'd be very weird. I mean, I won't stop using it until I'm told I have to. 143. I can see right now if that's still. Like it's funny to me, like I think it's like it's clear that it's inspired by, now it's called File X. But it is, I really feel like that one is like, clearly this is what you're doing, but also it's legally distinct enough that I think they can get away with it. God, this is why I never finished this stuff, because like these small details, when you get down to like smaller details on stuff, you know, working like in the early stages and just blocking stuff in, there's like, pressure is not really the right word, but there's no pressure. Like, hey, you know, if I make the wrong cuts on this cube, like I just make another cube. It's no big deal. Once I've put like a fair amount into it and it's like, oh yeah, this is looking good. This is exactly where I want it. But now I have to alter the geometry of this a little bit. Then everything I work on is like, oh, is this gonna break something? Oh, is this not gonna look right? It all becomes like a huge pain. All right, I can do this. We can do this at the very least. The open button has a spherical section in it. And this should be pretty easy to pull off here. So we're going to get rid of this face. We're going to take the face off. We're going to grab this loop. We're going to extrude and scale. Oh, let me undo that extrusion. One thing that always gets me is if you extrude, like you're extruding and then you're like, oh, I didn't do anything. You hit escape. You've still extruded, and you can see it if I grab those points are like double, and that will cause you issues later if you don't realize that, because it looks like there's just one point there. It will cause problems later when you go to transform it or go to do something and there's just like extra points hanging around, extra vertices hanging out there waiting to cause you trouble. Extrude and scale in, and we're just going to do this several more times. Up until this. Okay. extrude, scale, and then I'm actually just going to merge all of those in the center. Okay. And so now I'm gonna grab, or actually we can just grab the very middle point. Go back to proportional editing. I want to try a sphere on this one because we just want a spherical indent. I'm gonna grab Z. We need to bring that circle in. All right. Oh yeah, that looks pretty good. It looks a little bit rough. Maybe a little bit too deep. No, it's probably fine the way it was before. All right, objects, shade auto smooth. Okay, so now we've got a spherical indentation in that. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. And we could go through, we could round up the edges. We can bevel that. My game, it was made for me. It's the GameCube fault. All these pits opened up for people to shove their fingers into and get trapped. All right, another detail piece is the lid, and it's not just the lid. Depending on how much detail I want on this back section, the lid rolls over. It's curved pretty much as this is on this back section, which is easy for me to produce because I can just pick this edge and set it to the main, bevel that the same way I did those. It's a fixed value. Then this drops down, and then this is actually, this back section cuts into this a little bit. I don't know, is this not high enough? You're not even gonna see it. I don't know why I worry about it. But what you've got is a rounded section here, and then in the middle is a rounded, like a curve on either side, and then it's opened up in the middle, and that sets in a little bit, and that's where the primary hinge bit is for the lid. I open this up. So inside the lid, approximately in here is where the little gear wheel is. That's where the lid, opens and closes based on this little gear wheel. There's a lot of detail to the lid that will probably not get done. I've done some of them. Sometimes I sometimes I detail the lids because I like to have an animation with like a disc loading in there, but there's that. I have text that needs to go on these, and it's always a question of how best to do it. If you want it to be real crisp and clear, you probably model it, but that's not performatively the best way to do it, which is you would create the text as a 3D object and boolean it into this. The other way you can do it is you can create the text as a texture and then apply it as a normal, which creates the illusion of an indentation without there actually being geometry for the indentation. And that's probably what I will do. And that's probably what I will do for the labels on this as well. Is I'll just use texture to pull that off, because trying to model that in, like I've done that in the past with text. If it's large enough, like on the Twin Famicom, where it says, you know, Twin Famicom curved on the top of it, that text is very large. It would be weird if that was just a texture. It'd be clear that that's not there. But none of these things that like it's a stamped in like inset, like memory port 1, cartridge port 1, or the dots 1 dot 2 dot 3 dot 4 dot. The dots would be pretty trivial to like put in there for Boolean, but it's just a lot of extra geometry that doesn't really net you much. And when you're zoomed out like this much, you won't be able to tell the difference between a dot as a normal and a dot that's actually there, I don't believe. It all, how much detail and how you accomplish it, a lot of it depends on what your actual purpose is. Or is it going to be a close-up shot or a distant shot? Or maybe both. Maybe you want to hedge your bets and cover all the areas. Is it going to be animated? Is it going to move? Is it going to be used for a static 3D animation? Is it going to be used for a game? Does it have to be exported to something else that may have stringent requirements for the number of vertices on it? Et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that's usually the big thing. Like you go to put something into a game, like you have a limit on the amount of verts you can have in there. Even modern engines have it. The number may be high, but you still have a limit. You can't put like 2 million verts on every model in there. So you got to pick and choose. So I will have to create. I don't think I could do that today. I don't think I have the right software computer. But basically, like there's a open power reset. There's the Nintendo logo here stamped in. That will all just be texture. I need to round the edge off of this. I can do that. Whoop, didn't mean to drag that. I can do that right now. Let's put a bevel. Put a bevel on this. Do I have the bevel modifier in this? Button bool, manage bool. Okay. Add a modifier. Bevel. And we want this limit method by weight, so that it will only affect edges that we have assigned a weight to. This is up to 0.5. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's funny because like I need to go through this. I'm missing a number, but you can see like the huge difference in like part of those numbers are the same. This has this real tiny bevel. This has this gigantic bevel. What's the bevel modifier on this bad boy? 6 segments. Width type offset 0.1. And that has, really, it's 0.18. Okay. Do I have more than one bevel? I just have the one bevel. It says a lot of modifiers on it. 0.1 meter, 6 weight. Sharp fill. Okay. Just the discrepancy. I need this curve to pretty much exactly follow the other curve. 6 segments. Wait. There we go. It looks different because of the shading. But actually, the lines will be the same. That should do it. There should be plenty. Yeah, we just want this to look smooth across. And I can screw with the rest. Clean that all up when I redo the disc lid. All right. I gotta go check on my doggy dog real quick. Probably should have checked that one already. It's kind of like I like doing Blender stuff because it is kind of relaxing for me, and it's fun to deal with this stuff. This is my Blender process, and it doesn't broadcast well, so I apologize. I spend a lot of time just like especially when it gets to this stage in the project. It's every move is like, I've had way too many things where like I'll just add one thing and then all of a sudden like all of the modifiers go haywire. It's like, oh boy. But I'm going to join this into the main body and then go through and manually connect the dots, fill it all in. Let us assign a material to this of GameCube purple, just so it's already set. Yeah, I'm thinking everything breaks. Yeah, well, it's especially like the bevels. Like bevels can really break stuff, because when you bevel stuff, it creates, new loops and new vertices out there to create this. If you add like the bevel into like a solidify modifier, they don't always play nice together, and you get like just a huge mess that requires a lot of like manual cleanup. I don't know, is that too deep? Is that too pronounced? I think it's just because it looks real shiny, because it's like super duper smoothed out. I think it just looks weird to me. It seems like way too reflective. Why is it so reflective? I need to put some texture on that. Put some stank on that. Also need to slightly adjust the heights of these, because in a real world environment, this is not a high precision machine. The lid will not be completely flat. It'll be up a little bit. These will be slightly higher or lower. Yeah, I'm gonna focus on that for right now. And then I guess probably the lid. I'm at a point where I'm probably going to start applying modifiers and just moving on. And that's really scary, because once you apply it, like, you may have to redo a bunch of stuff. But I apply them so I can start the process of cleaning stuff up. And that's a long, tedious process. And then I still have more work to do. Anyway, I got to check my dog real quick.
Here I am!
Mr. Arthur, make sure he's doing okay. It may be a few minutes, because I don't think he might not have been out for a little while, so I might have to take him outside, and that's a variable amount of time. So please be patient if this is amusing you. I might jump ship to work on something else too. I'm going to try and get at least this part of it done, because I think a lot of the other stuff I need to do, I need to create an image for, and I don't have everything I need on this computer for that. So we'll see. But I'll be back in just a few moments. Stay tuned. All right, music. Good different one going there. I haven't gotten tired of this music yet, so sooner or later I'll have to grab some new stuff for this. Arthur is doing good. He's presenting an issue though. So I told the story about how he smuggled in his raw, it's not really rawhide, it's non-rawhide raw, it's like pork skin, which is kind of dangerous because that's most of my composition, but he hasn't learned that yet. But well, he does try to chew on me a lot. Maybe he has. So he smuggled it into his bed, and then in the middle of the night he tried to swallow a large chunk of it whole and almost choked himself to death. So I have to be very careful that he doesn't hide any of that in his bed. But what he does now is he won't finish them during the day. He'll keep a little nub of it. And then if we try to put him to bed without it, he just sits there and whines and cries endlessly. So like I can't just like, you know, sit there and be like, no, quit crying. He doesn't understand. He doesn't know. So what I had to do the other night was take that nub out and like chop it up into smaller pieces. But then he got mad when he was done with it. So he had one of these rawhide bones earlier, and I just saw him. He's still got a nub of it left, so he's going to be trouble tonight for sure. All right. Let's go through and join these. Let's merge them. Oh boy, it's thinking. This is a problem. The only other model I had this much issue with performance-wise was the Saturn, because the Saturn was composed of like a ton of different modifiers, and it got to a point where Blender was having real issues maintaining like performance. Anytime I have to do something to it, it'd be like, oh, it has to recalculate constantly. Jum's dumb rawhide for dogs. That latest product. If our factories were still operational, we could have transitioned into that. But now I need all that synthetic pork flesh we have left to keep myself clothed here. Protect the company's gonna have so many shady products. That's, you know, I don't know if I'll ever be able to reestablish Jumington Dynamics. I don't think I could ever financially recover from our previous issues. Pets bring in the big bucks. They do. There's a lot of products out there, and they're not all good. Okay. So now these are joined. So this is in the same place. I need to bring this out. This may affect the shape of it somewhat. They're very close. I need these points to be up here. How best to do this? Can I get the snapping on here? Did that move at all? That did not move at all. I want to snap these to this edge here. Increment, grid, vertex, edge. Try edge. Snap this to the edge here. I think that's quite giving me what I want. But it's close enough. Okay. We'll do this. Turn off snapping proportional. Oh, I didn't realize proportional editing was on. That was probably. Let's turn that back, and that may have caused me issues. Proportional editing can really like mess things up. That's just in a different location here. Doggy ice cream. Oh yeah, yeah. Doggy ice cream in the supermarket. Yeah, we used to take like previous dogs to Dunkin' Donuts, which was also a Baskin Robbins, and they would always give us a doggy cone with dog ice cream. The dog loved that. But you could just get it in the store. I've been tempted. Like, I wonder. I don't know how good it would be. So, dog ice cream supermarket in the town where they call you outsiders and stare. That's terrible. That's some children in the corn business right there. Okay. Let's turn off the snapping. I'm going to move this. This is more tedious than it needs to be. There's better ways to do this if you just don't care. But I do care, and it's going to cause these things to break. I'm going to set this reference point to the active element. We're going to scale this back 0 so it's at the same point. And I got to get way up in there. So I need to find that vert. It's kind of an issue here. Okay, so that is from that. Just gonna do this. We're gonna merge at last. The same thing here. I want to make sure we are selecting. This is part of that new loop, part of the existing loop. Merge at last. You can get rid of those. In theory, this should still be good. Okay. All right. So now we're starting to get through this. Do the other side, same deal. Individual elements. Try snapping. The snapping wasn't working that great, but it gets us closer. GG. Nope. I think that's probably good there. Okay. And then these 2 points to this point. Turn off the snapping, active element, scale Y 0. That brings them up there. Okay. Last. Dissolve those vertices because we don't need that anymore. Okay. Turn this off. Let's get rid of these faces here because we don't need them because we're gonna rebuild new faces. We're gonna do some reconstructive surgery here. We don't need some extra faces getting in the way. X. Dissolve faces. X. Only faces. Should do it right. Yep, that does it. Okay. So now we can cut these in. So one thing I could do is I could just take this F to fill. We've got a nice triangle there. We may just end up with a triangle. And it's okay. There's just one. Another way to do it would be to, if we just put another loop here and just make a really funky triangle, a really funky quad. Supermarket's just outside their town. The other supermarket further in is the townie's main one. Yeah, it's like, it's weird to think about like the concept of like the food deserts, which is a very real thing that a lot of people have to deal with. It becomes worse as more and more grocery stores merge. That you end up with situations where there's just, you can't find like a grocery store nearby. Okay, we'll complete this. So this way we won't have a try here. It is a quad. It is a funky quad. So if you think about this like if this was just a cube coming out of this, this is like one side. This is like the left side here. This is the front side. This is the right side. And all we've done is kind of smush this out. So we don't need this to connect up that way because this is the fourth point of it. Sometimes you'll get on detail edges or edges like this, you'll get these weird quads where this point is so clean. It is basically a triangle, but there's just another vertex there. And we take those and fill it in, and now we've got a face. We'll do the same thing on the bottom. I want to do the top and bottom at the same time so that we know we're doing it the same way. So select all these points and fill it in. We've got a face there. And now we've got, if we connect this to this, that's a quad. Again, another very weird quad with very unequal surfaces. The lighting is throwing me off on this. That is an actual face there. Good idea too to like grab the stuff and manipulate it to make sure you don't have weird extra points, extra vertices. And the same on these. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's another oddball one. Technically a quad, but this point is in a really awkward position there. I don't know if that's good. This feels like it's becoming a really screwy jigsaw puzzle here. Back it up. Back it up. That is the limit of my undo space. I'm getting a really weird jigsaw puzzle out of this. Get rid of that edge. Let's dissolve that edge. Okay. We could just go crazy and make these just put extra edge loops all through this. Oh, I don't need to worry this much about it. Hey, what's up, Justin? Welcome in. It's been months thanks to hospitalization. Oh no! Well, I hope you're on the mend. I hope you're doing okay. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing better. Well, it's good to see you. Funky quads, new workout video. It's like that game show where people have to contort themselves into an odd shape to fit a hole in the wall that's progressing on them. I'm trying to get a little bit more conventional with it. Where is the best place to work from on this? It's because we have this very narrow section here. If it was just one line, we could just go straight across, but it's going to be some weird jigsaw puzzle geometry here unless I add extra lines onto this. And even then it's going to be funky town. This is really excessive. Kind of unnecessary, but I feel better about it. Fill. 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 Yeah, that way these aren't like a weird jigsaw mess here. So there's some extra verts we could cut down on And you'll see that sometimes in models, particularly with if you have something where you're using automated tools to reduce vert count, you'll get some weird jigsaw looking nonsense. Uh-oh. Maybe the opposite problem here, because this is going to be an N gone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're just going to have one or two really goofy looking ones here. Oh, how do we deal with this? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not even. That's the problem. Put another one in. I think is what I have to do in order to satisfy that. And just have even more useless stuff. Nope. What's going on here? No, it's just doing some weird stuff where it makes it seem like 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. So now that's all faced in there. We'll do the same thing on the bottom. Nothing got too crazy, but we just have a bunch of extra verts that we don't really desperately need, but it supports the existing geometry. Which is good for maintaining proper loops. Not super necessary, I don't think, for a fairly static, non-transformable model. Like, this isn't gonna have like transforms like this model does. You know, my face is all a bunch of transforms, so maintaining proper loops is very important for that. Static hard modeling, hard surface modeling like this, I don't think it matters as much. Catch you again, good to be home. So many VODs to catch up on. It's looking good and complicated. Yeah, it's I take simple things in Blender and turn them into complicated messes that are, if you ever watch, like, I watch a lot of like Blender shorts or Blender content, and it's like the meme of that person like furiously slamming keys on the keyboard while sweating profusely, and that's like me working on this stuff, just going crazy. Because I'll get so far into something, and then it's like, oh, this is an ungodly mess. How am I gonna make this work? So this is we only end up with some oddball ones like this. Where like, yes, this is a quad, a really weird shaped one, but the rest of these are less bad. I could even those out a little bit by scooching these, but it's fine. So it flows with everything else. Yes, that worked out fairly well. And I just have to replicate on the other side. Hopefully it doesn't crash here. Okay. So there's the weird little lip that exists. This could be hollowed out. But it would just be adding more. Just be adding more to it. And you won't ever see it. So I'm not going to touch that. I don't know why I left trying to exit edit mode, because I'm just going back into it on the other side. Back onto this. Okay. Bum. We got the same deal here, because I don't want to throw the curve off. I want to make sure that this edge aligned, if we get this as close as we possibly can. To being in the wall there. Close enough. So that it won't like radically move it. Because if I left it where it was and I set this back, like this would fold in more. It's really not necessary. It really doesn't need to be that way. You won't even notice, but I'll know. I'll know, and it will make me crazy. Okay. Doot. Scale Y0. Okay. Merge at last. Merge at last. So now that is a solid part there. I'm just going to do the same with the other end here. Boop. Boop. Does not need to be this fiddly or precise. Don't do what I do. Don't be crazy like me. Close enough. Scale Y0. Merge. Merge. Okay. Now I can get rid of these faces and start that whole goofball process all over again. Delete the faces. Okay. All right, we'll just do the same thing we'll do. Same thing you did before. Get these and just kind of, we're just eyeballing them. These don't have to be precise. They don't even really need to be here. This just maintains the existing geometry. All that does require us to add useless stuff. And this probably would have been good practice for closing this stuff off. It's just easy enough for me to do it like this. Yeah, there's something therapeutic about these manual goofy decisions. It's like a Zen garden or arranging a bonsai. Only, like, not really respectable. Oh, gotta get rid of these. Don't want that, those bums hanging around there. This is a Jum Jumington Blender stream. Watch me stare at something for 2 hours. And then go crazy. Making the minorest of thing that nobody will ever see. I could have left these ends off of here and nobody would know. But I would know. All right. All sealed up. Now I could bevel that stuff slightly, but it's pretty stiff. These tiny little nubs coming out there. All that work for these tiny little nubs. Yeah, I think modeling wise, that's some work we could do with the textures. I was really happy with how the LED came out. No power LED set in there. Worked out very well. I'm very happy about that. Is it? That's one of those things, one of these things that has gone haywire, because I'm pretty sure there's a Boolean for that. What happened to it? I don't think I labeled these properly either. 3-button LED bowl. That should have like a chunk sliced out of it for the LED. And it doesn't now. Because it's something else changed. Be adding stickers to it. There's really only one, at least one that you'll see on it, which is the powered by ATI sticker that's on the front. Where is this LED bowl? That suddenly, so that should be swept out of that. So why isn't it? Oh, is it set not to render? It may just not be rendering. That's great. I assume the chipsets will be completed in the next video. I usually don't do like the internals. And I don't stream like a lot of the process. I work on a lot of stuff on stream. Oh, it's related. Yeah. But my workflow is awful. I spend so much time just kind of staring at it and thinking, and then I'll move 2 vertices and be like, oh, that's great. That's great. That's what I want. So I don't know how good it is to watch all of it. I'm not at a point yet where I want to do the internals for them. I would like to do that at some point because I mean, I've got all the consoles like on hand, clear, obviously, but I've opened all of them up and worked on them. So like I could very easily get good reference shots and go through. And I've seen other people do that in models where I'm just making the external case because my purpose is something to sit on the desk that you see at the start of the stream, and then it kind of goes away. Maybe I need to make more use out of them. But it's a lot of it's just like practicing some stuff. Even stuff like that is like, that's some tedious goofiness, but like there's other ways to do it, and it's just finding different ways to tackle things or to get things to look the way you want. Because the other way I could have done that is I could have just made all those faces initially and extruded them out and sat there and shaped them around. My method is probably not the best. There's probably better methods. I could also have used a Boolean for that. But if one of the problems with using Booleans a lot is that like this, the buttons here are Booleaned out. So that's how the hole is created there. But the actual geometry of this case doesn't actually have anywhere for that to anchor to. So when I apply that, there's just going to be a bunch of vertices sitting here that don't connect to anything. And I could go back and clean it up if it presents problems. But you could make something that looks really nice that is not functional. It's not, and they're not always it's not always on the same plane. You can make something that looks really good with a bunch of modifiers that you never apply. And it looks great for a render. But if you actually had to transform it, like for the 3D model of a person, like a face, things like that, or if you needed to export it to use in other software that just wanted like a standardized 3D model, all of that stuff kind of falls apart. But it's tricky. And a lot of the challenge that I find is trying to keep the poly count low on some areas while still getting like a smooth curve. And that's really tough. You could take like a cylinder, I can just make a cylinder here. All right, and this has 32 vertices, so that's 32 points on each circle, right? And you can see, you've got clear delineation, right? This isn't like a smooth column. There's clear lines where these line up. And you can see that's a face there. So it looks like something you fold out of paper. Now we can take that object and tell it to shade smooth. And that looks really smooth. And it looks really smooth, and it doesn't have a ton of vertices, right? And you might think like, oh, that works, just do that. The one thing is, if you look at the edge, when you're looking at the edge, even though looking at it from like this angle, this just looks like a smooth curve here. When you get to the edge, you can clearly see the points. And I found in the past, like, when you've seen my can of slurry sitting on my desk. That was a cylinder, and I just initially made it with a low count of vertices on the edges. And it looked really good until I put it in a scene with lighting, and the lighting didn't look like this. There were shadows that looked like this. There were weird lines on it. Because even though I'm telling it to shade smooth and it looks kind of smooth, when I actually applied like lighting effects to it, the light rays were bouncing as though those ridges were still there. And a lot of that will depend on the particulars of your lighting engine and how those things interact. But it's the same in a lot of games. Like you'll have what I'm doing now is more like closer to what like a concept artist would do, where you're just making the model to look good. It doesn't have to be functional. You don't have to be concerned with the vertex count or the polygon count, any of that stuff. It just looks good. And then the animators or 3D modelers will go in and basically like trace over it, for lack of better words. They retopologize it, where they will go through and often very manually recreate it with less polygons and try to like fake as much detail as they can without having like more polygons on it, to make it something that will actually fit and be usable within a game engine. Yeah, creating CPU, GPU, and all the innards. Just saving them for last. Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah. I mean, it would be neat because then you could do, an exploded view of the thing and have all the stuff in there. Particularly I talk about like different mods and repairs on stuff. It would be neat to have that to illustrate without, having actual footage. Actually just have this like, whoop, and then here's this, and here's where the capacitors are. I've opened up both my GameCubes a lot. I did a lot of tooling around in them. Maybe more so because most of the other consoles I've worked on, I opened up once, did the work, and then closed them up, and then that was that. GameCubes, I kept like swapping out different mods or trying different things, replacing different parts. One of them I took the fan out, put a quieter fan in, but it didn't end up being that much quieter, and it just seemed like a lot of hassle for little reward. The fan would be right in there. So let's see. When I was rendering out, I don't know if I can render this image. This may poop out on me. Let's save. Because right now Blender and OBS are like battling for VRAM. Yeah, it looks pretty decent. Oh, I'll give this a sec to stabilize. That is 100% because I was rendering in Blender. Yeah, that is just even just this one image, not even like a bunch of frames. The two are like struggling against each other for supremacy. They're battling over every resource. But you can see like this looks a little bit smooth, but if you look at the shadow, you can see like pretty clearly where it's got the angles on it. There's different ways you can impact that within the lighting engine to tell it not to do that. I like the glow of the LED. It was a little bit tricky to produce, where you have the LED, which is actually more like a light pipe, and the LED is kind of inside it. So the light kind of radiates out from the middle of this section. You can't even see it. You can't see the render window. Do I have a render? Blender render. There we go. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. Sorry, I forgot that it creates a different window that doesn't show up automatically. So this is what I'm talking about with this. Like, this looks fairly smooth, but if you look at the shadow, you can very clearly see these harsh angles because of the way the light rays are bouncing off of it, creating the shadows. But otherwise it looks fairly smooth, and a lot of it's just like the resolution. At a certain resolution and distance, like you won't see that. It's just big and prominent enough. Those look pretty decent. It's also smooth. But I was talking about the LED getting it to look right, where it's not just like this block glows. It's a glow that is working through like it's clear plastic. I gotta do these controller ports, detail these doors a little bit. And then we'll mess with that. I don't know. I don't really need to work on this for my purposes, but I will to get the rest of that good there. It looks weird to me. I feel like the top, maybe it's just this angle. I think it may just be the angle. I worry that this section here may be a little bit high. And I'm not going to mess with that until I get like enough of it sufficiently rendered in, get all the booleans applied and everything, and then I might shorten that out a little bit. It looks a little tall. It's looking like a 5 head. Because ideally, yeah, it is a little bit tall. Because this section from the top of this to the top of the case should be approximately the same height as the bottom of this to the bottom of the case. Right? So this should be, either this should be taller or this should be slightly shorter. But if I grab the top and move it down, it's going to mess up all the Boolean angles. I don't think there's anything on the bottom as part of that, but I would have to move this up. And this is no longer a Boolean in there, I don't believe. I think that's actually like set in. So I could grab this pretty much up to this line, just above that, so we get the vent and all of that. Just kind of scooch it up. That might get kind of goofed up here, but I can clean that up. Or I wait till I apply it, just drag this down a little bit, make it a little bit shorter. Just a little bit too big on the top. Just a little too big on the top, so that's something to have to address. Because it is throwing me off. It looks wrong. The controller port cover, yeah. So that's like let me hide that controller plate. This is actually like already modeled in. So as long as the shape of this doesn't change, then after I move it, I can just move the controller port up and get it lined up properly. Which isn't really an issue because of the way it's modeled. I can eyeball that. I just have to make sure that the controller port and the two doors are moved simultaneously. But right now, like geometry wise, all of that would be fine. I can scooch this down a little bit, but there's not a lot going on between the upper portion of this and the top. I just don't want to move it until I apply this, because right now you can see like none of those holes are there because it's all being applied with a modifier, and that modifier is based off of an object. So like the buttons, you know, those are the bools. the bool objects. And basically the way a modifier works is you tell it to, this object will cut out where this object intersects with it, this different object. And so if I move this and these don't move, that affects the depth of that. And I could scooch them all down and make it work. But it would be better to wait probably until it's all applied. I would have to move a lot of stuff down though. That's why I say maybe just be better to grab from the top, grab from the bottom and scooch up. And what I could do if I wanted to get really, really particular about it is I could just duplicate these faces and slide them up there and just use it as a guide. Yeah, these references were not great references. They're a little low res. Okay. Where is that controller plate? Yeah, so this is why this is not. I got something done today. A lot of thinking about how I'm going to do the rest of it. So on the controller plate, we've got labels and insets, just all going to be done with textures. The controller, actual controller, I need a better reference than that. I can take a picture of my actual game cubes. And I really just have to make one and then just bloop, 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 bloop. And what we'll start with is I'll start with this circle, duplicate it, and that way we have this nice center point that I could line up for each of these so that it's perfectly centered on all of them. And then we'll just build an object based on that. And duplicate it 4 times and slide them over. Those are it's pretty straightforward. We've got some labels on the top. This doesn't show it, but there's a little sticker right there that I think I have an image of that will be easy to do. That's just a little ATI. I am going to get these lines cut in the bottom. I'll probably do that last, after I do the rest of the detail work for the covers for the expansion ports. And I may go ahead and model out the whole expansion door so it can come off, but at the very least, I'll just have this section out. I need to have at least this one prepared so that this, at least like the parts that you can see from the side, are actually gone, because I will model the GameCube player as well. And then animate that like snapping on like Voltron. But it's mostly down to texturing stuff. Let me take a look at what I've got within the reference images. I don't think I've got anything already put together for the top. Console ref. GameCube. No, I don't have any of that. I don't have any of that. I swore I had that ATI sticker. Well, I can take a nice picture of that. I do have GameCube logo SVG. Nintendo GameCube. Oh, that's what I used for the top there. No, why would I pin Yahoo to my taskbar? Why would you even ask that? I don't even use Yahoo, like, ever. What the hell, Windows? What are you even talking about? Okay. So yeah, now it's kind of just like some texture stuff. Some of the stuff I have to make on my other computer where I have more of the software installed. I don't have software. This sounds so goofy. I don't have any graphic editing software where I can easily curve text, have text on a curve, which is what I do for these. But I need to make a texture for the top that has the letters as well as the Nintendo logo. and then one for the front with all of the labels on that. And then there's that. I will probably go through the material once I get scuffs and scrapes and fingerprinting and all that stuff, so that it looks kind of, you know, real and used and maybe a little bit dinged up. But I would like to go through and find a way that I can cycle through the various colors of the GameCube. There's black, silver, indigo, or purple, and spice orange. A lot of people really want that spice orange one. And I think it looks neat, but it's weird that everyone kind of attached the Affinity Suite is free now. Yeah, I have used, I mostly use Krita, but there's some things that Krita doesn't do or do easily. And I have an old copy of Photoshop from the before times, before it was subscription based, that still works, installed on the other computer, which is where I usually do most of my Blender work anyway. Of my orange spice. Everybody likes that spice orange. Indigo, when I think of GameCube, this is the color that comes to my mind. I don't know why. But this is like the first one, the first color that I think of is the indigo purple, indigo blue, whatever you call it. Let's change gears here. Because I'm at a point where I've mostly done with it. I should have gone with something different, but I really want to get some progress on this, and I really didn't. Aside from just eyeballing it and thinking, this is why it's taken me forever. My ability to concentrate has been obliterated with this stuff. Yeah, I don't have any other consoles working right now. I need to start I think the next one is going to be the OG Xbox. I think that's what I need to do next. I made a stupid rule. It's not even like a rule, I guess, is maybe the wrong way to put it. But I set myself up for this when I started streaming. I always want to have the 3D model of the console when I play a game on it. And then it just became this like horrible trap where like I'm going to play this Xbox game, but wait, I don't have a model for the Xbox. And the only time of year that I allow myself to not adhere to that is on Halloween, where I have the jack-o'-lantern on the desk. And it's such a stupid thing. I don't think anybody would care. Sorry for chat distractions. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's not why. My concentration is not obliterated from that. It's just a lot of other stuff going on in life. But like I said, my process is awful. It's a lot of staring and then eventually doing it. And sometimes I pull up the project on stream and I'm not at the point where I'm actively doing something. I'm at the point where I'm thinking about the next step too much. But I have to finish that. I have to finish that and animate it. I wish I could more consistently stream in Blender and actually show something cool. I guess my process is awful. I need to add some games to the shelf here. I think about what I'm going to do for this in the future. I'm running out of space. I think I got a little bit of catch up to do on some of these. Yeah, I think I'm also just afraid to pull the trigger on a lot of stuff with the GameCube because I'm at a point where I should start finalizing it and applying the modifiers. And I always make backups of it in case I need to go back, but it's terrifying when you apply it because then, well, there it is. It's set. Oh no, it's all messed up. The bevel is the worst one. trying to keep that bevel. That's the last one I deal with, because a lot of other stuff I can kind of fix after the fact, but the bevel, the way it creates those bevels, it's really difficult to get it back to a good state, like manually revert it after the fact. Let me see. What do I got? I think the Wild Arms case is in here. I think I'm missing Overblood 2, Mega Man X2. I could do the Santa Fe Mysteries. In fact, I should, because I did go to the trouble of buying those discs on eBay. Final Fantasy's already up there. Snow Bros is up there. I'm trying to think. I don't think there's anything else that I have done recently. I was playing around with my N64 today. I haven't played a lot of games on that. I was doing a couple things. I don't remember the audio being so jank on it. Apparently the audio is just very hot. Maybe I just didn't notice. But I booted up Ocarina of Time, and it was like picking up a heart was like deafening me. I was afraid that I had damaged my hearing because it was so damn loud. Okay. I've got 2 games to add in there. So let's see here. 2 PC games. A PS1 game that is using one of these weirdo cases because it's a PAL release. A couple Famicom, Super Famicom games. Some of it's prep for what's coming up. Let's get Mega Man X2 set up. Let's find it in here. We'll duplicate this on the y-axis. Just kind of scooch it up there. We can scooch it back a little bit. I don't think there's anywhere further to go on that. So I'm going to take this, shove it on the X. You can't see them. Once they're all stacked up like this, you can't see them. And X, there's no space there. X2 cart. But I know they're there. Duplicate this. X2 label. All right. Let's see if I've got a scan of that. Shrimp games looking really good. Shows me a lot to catch up on. I thought. I mean, it's you know, the show's been stacking up since I started streaming, 2 years ago. So there's a lot of stuff that just has been there. And I try to keep up with it. Some things don't end up in there. There's a lot of like PC, particularly newer PC games that have no physical release. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. But older PC games, I put stuff on there. Sometimes I cheat on stuff. Like I don't have the PC-88 release of Hydlide. I played that on the Switch through the Egg console release. Similarly, Metal Gear 1 and 2 were either from GOG or from the previous Metal Gear collection. So I don't have the actual like MSX carts for those, but I thought the cases looked neat. I don't know if the size is correct on those. I tried to base it off of like eyeballing it and referencing other stuff. I think some of the boxed games I have, like the sizes aren't correct either, but Let's see. Mega Man X2. It is a pain, honestly, to find labels for like a good label scan for Super Nintendo games. Same for NES. I know there are people who recreate that stuff. The issue is that you'd have to like carefully pull it off of a cart in order to scan it. Whereas a lot of other ones, like these labels, you just pull the case apart. What's this? An X label. Okay. Do some quick editing here. Blender, consoles, textures. Get my next label. Okay, I'm gonna bring this one in. Scale it. You can't see this, but I'm using the image that I used for is this weirdly cut off there? Okay, I'm using the image that I use for the X1 label to line up the X2 label, and basically I just resize it. It's the same thing, so I could just drop the new label in without having to mess with UV at all. Select opaque. Invert selection. Deleted. Okay. Get rid of that. Save as. Console texture. Mega Man X2 label. Okay. Should be good. All right. Dun, 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 dun. And there we go. Mega Man X2. It's kind of color. Well, there's usually a gap on the labels. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. It's on there. Rather expensive. X2 and X3. Weirdly expensive. Like, I don't know. Did they have like a lower print run? I guess this is the only thing I could think. And now this is another interesting one. It's Clock Tower. Now, X3 is going to fit in there, and I'll move it when I need to. I try to position things roughly in the order that I play them, unless it's like a series, and then usually it just feels better to put them all right next to each other. Even if I play them wildly out of series. That's what I do for the Mega Man games. I think the Mega Man, well, I did play those one after the other. I think I did the same thing with Resident Evil. Yeah, even though there was like a lot of these things fit between them. So this is actually Wizardry. I'm just going to call it 1, 2, 3 cards. The Wizardry cart is really interesting. I'm going to call this. I guess we'll call it Light Cray. 3 label. Even though it's not actually a label for this. So it didn't actually get a physical release. Even though it's on Super Famicom. You may not be familiar, but the Super Famicom in Japan, for Super Famicom and Game Boy, they had a flash cart system where you could buy official flash cart from Nintendo and take it down to convenience stores and purchase games and have them transferred to your game cart, which I believe they called them memory cartridges. And that it's surprising, like the amount of games that were available on it. And then there were a few games that were only released through that service. Some of them also had their own release on the same cart, but had it like a separate release. Metal Slater Glory Director's Cut, which is a Super Famicom remaster of a NES title, Famicom title that almost crushed HAL Labs because it was so expensive to produce. And it wasn't super successful. It wasn't successful enough to make up for the cost. They had a director's cut of that, and you could buy that, and it was the flash cart, but it came with special labels and instruction manual in the box. Fire Emblem Thracia, is that right? Thracia 776. I think I have the numbers right. It's a Fire Emblem game that was released through that service, but it also had its own box. But for the most part, there were a handful of games. Most of the games were games that either already had a release or later got a full physical release. There are just a handful of games available through that service that were only available through that service. And the Wizardry Super Famicom port, which contains Wizardry 1, 2, and 3, was only available on that service. And so you can get a physical copy of it, but like you could go get the Super Famicom memory cartridge, Nintendo Power memory cartridge, not related to the magazine, on eBay for about 40, 50, 60 bucks, with a variety of games on it or untested. But if you try to get Metal Slater Glory Director's Cut, that will go upwards of $1,000 or more. If you want that Wizardry 1, 2, 3, I've only seen it listed specifically for that a couple of times, usually around $300. And that's, sometimes retro games get expensive. These were, a weird oddball limited release. So it's not like these had like a full production. But the problem that I ran into when looking at these, and why I would never pay a ton of money for any of those, is you can rewrite those flash drives with modern tools. So you could buy a generic game like, I don't know, Donkey Kong. It's on Donkey Kong Country. Earthbound was released on that too. You could get Earthbound through that service. That was pretty weird. But you could just get like a $50 flash cart of that variety, right? With some game nobody cares about on it. And then use a cart reader, open source cart reader, to write Wizardry 1, 2, 3 on it. And then, as far as I know, I can't think of any way to verify or to spot a difference, short of some extreme measures, between what was installed on the cart through Nintendo service or what was added to the cart secondhand. So if you're paying like $300 for that, you're paying for, okay, somebody took this to a convenience store and had the game loaded on it. But like, it's not the same as if I just buy, a blank cart and load the game on. The only thing I could come up with was there's a game menu, because you could have multiple games on one of those carts. There is a game menu. And what it labels the games as would be a way to verify it, but you would have to have an existing copy. But that falls apart. Wizardry was large enough that it overwrote the menu, so you don't even see the menu. You just get the game on there. So long story short, if you're a game collector and you are thinking about trying to add the Nintendo Power Flash Cart, Super Famicom memory cartridge, whatever games to your collection, and you see some of them going for hundreds of dollars or more, and it's just the loose cart, no additional paperwork, labels, anything, don't do it. Because there's no way, unless you just have money to throw away, there's no way to verify that it isn't just it'd be like if you bought like VHS, right? If you were collecting, like, this is a rare VHS copy of this movie, it's not in the box, it's just a tape, there's no label on it. Okay, but like, you can just record a VHS kind of thing, you know? That's how I felt about it. I got my copy in a lot. I'm just saying, you buy them all up and resell and collect. No, that's so I got lucky. I got a copy of Wizardry 1, 2, 3 in a lot of Super Famicom games, untested. And I've seen listings. I'm always wondering if I should go out, because I own 2 of these cards. I'm always wondering if I should go out and see that, but I could never sell one of those now, knowing what I know. I have a hard time selling this stuff anyway, but I could never, like, in good conscience, try to sell one of those things, because I know, like, I have the open source cart reader. I could just dump Wizardry 1, 2, 3 on that cart, put up on eBay. Hey, $250. You know, you're undercutting the other ones. Clock Tower is the label. The ones I've seen people selling, like the Metal Slater Glory, those ones get really expensive. It's Metal Slater Glory Director's Cut, $980. But this one that is $980 is this flash cart, but it has a box. The box is like, this was an actual release. Like, they released this flash cart specifically with Metal Slater Glory Director's Cut on it. So you get a box that clearly labels it as the game. It's got a manual. It's got extra labels for the cart. It's got paperwork with it. Like, that's probably authentic. $980 is a lot of money, gotta say. $840. Next one down. It is a Super Famicom memory cartridge box. It does not have a specific Metal Slater Glory label on it. So it could just be a box copy, which you could get for under $100, of just a generic boxed Super Famicom memory cartridge. It does have some paperwork with it, but I'm looking at the paperwork and I think this is just stuff that it's just like, you would get this with anything. So this one is $840. I don't think they show like a picture of it on screen. I don't think this contains any specific sheets on it, and also these sheets could easily just have been scanned and printed. I press F to doubt. Here is Metal Slater Glory SF memory cassette, $236. It's just loose. Look, you could just write that on there. As a comparison, this is the cheapest version of this I've seen. The Famicom release, initial Famicom release, is also rather expensive. $1,500. What somebody wants for that. If you just look for the Super Famicom memory cartridge, right? Just for comparison, No data, $100. Ridiculous. This one's Thracia 776, $125. Again, there's no paperwork with this. $60 for one of these. It's got Dr. Mario on it. $45 for this. I don't think it even lists what game is on it, if any game is on it. Memory cartridge has been tested working. Derby Stallion 98. Okay. $45 with free shipping. And then you pay, I don't know, $100 to $200 for the open source cart reader, and then dump that on there and turn on sell on eBay. There's $309 for a boxed version. Turn around and sell it for $900. $40 Super Famicom Wars. So depending on what game is on it, they can get pretty cheap. This is $80 Super Famicom SF memory cartridge, no box. No box. You've pictured it with a box. You are lying to me. $88 boxed. $67 boxed. I'm just saying. Like, don't buy them. Don't buy them for a high price. I'm sorry, this is a bit of a tangent. The point is I'm recreating that cart, so I need to get an image here for it. Yeah, it was just crazy to me. Like, when I saw that stuff, I'm like, oh, this seems like reasonable. The horse racing game while you can. I will also say, like, if you're not a game collector, you just want to play those games, I'm just going to say those games are all been dumped. They're all out there. I'm not going to say where. You know where. Y'all know this stuff. But yeah, all of it can be found. All of it can be found. All right, let's see here. Let me grab a idea of the color here. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change the color of the cart. These carts were like white. They were like an off-white. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I don't know. Are you familiar with the Nintendo's Flash Cart program they had in Japan? Yeah. I figured you'd know, Justin. It's really cool. It's cool to look at this stuff, but I thought it was very bizarre. Yeah, that looks pretty good. That's pretty good. It looks appropriately. Maybe it needs to be a little bit wider, a little bit lighter. Let's put this in here, and then we'll darken it down a little bit. You know, get that textured look, kind of dinge to it. Okay, and then we've got the liner color. I'm not even sure why I did that, but it's in here. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. So yeah, it's an interesting cart, and I didn't know until recently that you could rewrite those with the open source cart reader, which is pretty crazy when you think about like the prices people are asking for that stuff. It's fascinating to have the system in place, or even back when they did Famicom Disk System kiosks. Yeah, that's another one. I don't really see this much. The Famicom Disk System games, I haven't seen any of the ones that I've looked at be super duper expensive. And those are essentially floppy disks. So they were all made to be rewritable. And if you use like if you have a Famicom disk system set up, or a twin Famicom, and you get an FDS key, which is a drive emulator for it, the only thing it doesn't emulate is the RAM expansion pack. I think that's what they called it. But you can actually like back up. You can juggle that in the actual disk drive and back up or rewrite disks that way, which is useful because sometimes when you get discs, it'll be labeled like Metroid, but someone has overwritten some other game on it. And that's like, I don't know, that's a different thing. That's got a label on it. Like, you know, the thing is, let me find the let me get the label set up for this. Like this just has a blank label on it, right? These cards. And so there's nothing on the card itself to differentiate it. Now, I don't want to cast accusations here. I don't want to I want to cast aspersions on people selling this stuff. I'm just saying it's suspicious. Nintendo Power Cards you're looking at, have they yellowed at all much? Some have. The one I have is in pretty good shape. Really hasn't had that. What I found, especially for things that came from Japan, in that era, a lot of smokers, a lot of smokers in Japan. The one GameCube that I got, the gray cartridge port area is pretty yellowed, which can happen as the plastic degrades due to UV exposure. It can also happen because the person who owned it was a chain smoker. And I'm pretty sure that's what happened there. I'm pretty sure that's like, it's all nicotine, which is, you know, real pleasant. But these ones, like the ones that I've seen have been in pretty good shape. But yeah, your mileage will vary on that. Just like, you know, anything from the era that's made of that gray plastic. Okay, we'll see how this looks. This label's a little bit iffy. But I think it's crazy that you see those games listed on what is just an officially released flash cart that can be rewritten, and then like big bucks. Yeah, because there's your label, right? And they had like, you could write on them. They had little stickers you could put on them to label what the games were. What is it? It's a 16 megabit or 4 megabit, which is 16 megabytes. Is that right? I read that backwards. It's not 4 megabits, not 16 megabytes. 16 megabit is 4 megabytes. There we go. 16 megabit total space on it that you could split between different games. If the game was used the full 16 megabit, you wouldn't get a menu on it. But otherwise it had a menu, like it preloaded a menu. And you can get software that will generate like an image complete with a menu that you can burn onto these. So you could burn any of these games on to one of these cards. You pay $40, $50. Let's say you pay $100 for it. You turn around and sell it for $300. That's $200 profit. And it was, this isn't even like, oh, I came up with this, like, you know, I feel so clever that I came up with this idea. Those screws are like real wonky looking, but they're fine. It was reading in the forum post of people talking about the possibility of rewriting them, and someone pointed out that you could do it with this tool. It just straight up said, so it'd be easy to turn on and flip wizardry. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm glad I didn't shell out $300 for that. So yeah, that is wizardry. This is the wizardry cart. Is this flash cart. Actually, I was kind of chuckling about it because I don't know, there's no like chain of custody or anything, so you could really, like, you can just put whatever the game you want on there as long as it's 16 megabit or less. Because I've seen people like who don't want to shell out for the American Earthbound release buy the Japanese Mother 2, which is significantly cheaper, and then solder on a chip to translate it to English so they could play Earthbound. And I watched it, like, that's a lot of steps. You could just build a whole new cart for what that cost. Well, Mother 2 was also available from that service. So you know it works. So you could just buy this cart and dump Mother 2 on it. And there, it's an official Nintendo Flash cart. The only thing it won't do is if your game has special chips. So like Mega Man X2 and X3 aren't gonna fly. Ooh, give me 1 second here. I got a phone call coming in. No, that's right. To take that call. All right, let's go over Blood 2 in here. I think I've got all of I need to make that happen. And where is Wild Arms? Wild Arms was interesting. The Wild Arms, at least the version I got didn't have anything extra, but Wild Arms came in a 2-disc case. It's a 1-disc game. I'm still not sure why. The presumption was there was a demo or something, but I haven't, none of the listings I've seen showed a demo with it. My version didn't have a demo with it. So I don't really know what the story is. I'm going to be running out of space here. You probably can't even see the Switch games at this point. Hell, you can't even see the wild arms. See, that's kind of the downside to this stuff, and I really need to start moving the slurry out of here and making room for stuff so you can actually see some of these games, or shifting how I position them, because you can't even see half this stuff now. All right, I want this Hell Knight. Where is Hell Knight? Hell Knight empty in all of its parts. Shift D, we'll put that there for now. I'm going to move that up so we can see both sides of it. Okay. The reason I use these empties is what I use them for is I keep everything parented to the empties, so you can just grab this little like invisible sphere here and grab that, and because these are made up of multiple pieces, all of the pieces stick with it, so you don't have to worry about accidentally grabbing a piece and moving it without the lid. Overblood 2 bottom. Some of this is excessive and could be combined. All right. Let's get rid of that. Duplicate this. So I can open these up. I'm gonna do the same thing with these. I should just document this. I could just write it down and save myself the trouble. But whatever is currently in there, I just open that up in Krita to get the dimensions, and then I make the other one fit it. Good old Hell Knight. Hell Knight was a really good game. That was such an interesting oddball game. Those are the kind of games that I'm always like, give me more of these. Where are these at? And then, ironically, it's just like the note that, like, they have some other games, but they're not in English. There's been no translation, or they just vanished. They did the one game, and then they're like, well, maybe this isn't for us. That was like the note. I mean, the developers went on to other stuff individually, but it seemed like the primary developer is just gone. Okay, let's Overblood 2. A new document. That should be Overblood 2. Okay. All right, so the front of this is 488 by 500. 488 by 500. Oh, perfect. The existing one is resized to 501. So I really only have to shave off a singular pixel. Sometimes like I'll pull up another manual scan and it's like totally different. Like it's way off. And I'm like, oh, I don't know. This all looks pretty good. Like they should be approximately the same, but the scans are not consistent. You find of these things. If I'm fortunate enough to have the manual, because a lot of times the games are expensive, I just forego the manual, or I can't find a version with the manual. I'll scan it myself. Just so I can have it. And this is 675 by 500 scale. Ooh, that's way off. Well, way off. It's 7 pixels off. 7 pixels too large. Hardly noticeable. Okay. And sorry you can't see this. I'm just being lazy. It's just easier for me to not set up Krita for capture. Even though it's probably already set up. But then anytime I work on that, I'm always like, well, I gotta worry about I gotta worry about like the damn files, like the file open dialog, because Windows 11 is like, use your Microsoft account, and the Microsoft account might contain parts of an actual name, my social security number, whatever. I don't want you to see it in my folder names. So I don't remember at this point why, when I originally created these models, why I split this up differently. We're all friends here. You never know, like, because it's on the internet. Once it is on the internet, you know, for forever. Okay, I was wondering why they didn't. Once you put this stuff on the internet, like, it's not just the audience that's here right now that I mostly trust, and I'm not worried about, you know, it's somebody like 5 years from now goes back and finds it and has an axe to grind somehow, some way. So I don't know why I made these models this way that have 3 separate textures. They're all the same file. This is the worst part of it, that it's the same file for each of these. This really could just be the same material for all of them. The only time this stuff changes at all, like why one would be different, is, I think Overblood 1 might have had this. Some games, well, Wild Arms sort of does. So some games have on the, I guess, spine section, instead of having an insert that wraps all the way around, because like this section of like a disc, compact disc spine is like hollow, right? And so sometimes you would have an insert that like folded all the way in there, but some of them, like, it just sits at the back, so there's just this empty section in the middle, and then there's just an image in the back there. I don't know if I'm describing that well enough, and I can't render this transparent plastic right now. That's why I turned the lid off. So I had to make a special texture just for that, just to show that properly. That's a goofy thing. Yeah, PAL PlayStation disc releases, I'm still not like super happy with my PAL PlayStation discs. Like the models. The cases are just like really weird. Like, this is a 2-disc case, right? It's a 2-disc game. I don't think Hell Knight or Note were 2 discs, but just they were like thicker. Same thing for this one, had that same style case. And they don't appear to be made for 2 discs specifically, unless they just released all of them in a thicker one that could have an additional disc insert. If that makes sense. They're just odd. They're off to me. They're different in strange ways. Something that 2 years ago I probably would have not known at all, because I never paid any attention to PAL releases for stuff until I started looking up stuff and saw like the Note and Hell Knight, and went out and tracked down copies of those. Probably with those, in an instance, I probably would have been better off trying to find a Japanese copy. But then sometimes I get those things and I'm like, yeah, like I got Deep Fear. I played the English version, which was a leaked pretty much finished prototype of the English release that they just never got released. But I had the Japanese version because that's what I got. But like, I could play it. I won't understand any of it. I gotta see if I have these Santa Fe mysteries. I may have to pop those cases open, put them in the scanner, because I think all I have is the front. Yeah, all I've got is the front insert for those. Is this it here? This is it here. Santa Fe mystery. The Elk Moon Murder. It's a 2-discer, but it's one of those slim 2 discs that just has, that's the same thickness as a regular disc case. To pop this insert out and scan it sometime. Otherwise, it'll just end up like the 2 Max Paynes and Kingpin, which is what these 3 at front are. Max Payne and Kingpin, which are just the disc in a case with no labels or inserts or whatever. No anything to them. All right. I want to look at Moby Games. Sometimes Moby Games has scans of that stuff, but sometimes they're split weirdly. This might be why. This might be why I did things that way. Because if Moby Games has scans of the jewel case inserts, it's split. It's not just like, because if you're familiar with jewel cases, and I'd forgive you if you weren't, because who's buying CDs these days? And even if you do, how many people tear open their CD case to dig what's out? But the back label and the spine labels is one piece of cardboard that's folded up in there. So if you want to scan that artwork, you just fold it out flat and scan it. But Moby Games has scans of a lot of games, case inserts like that. But they have the image split, the back and then the spine. And I think the first time I was doing this, I just used the images from Moby Games for the texture. And so I just made them separate until eventually I was like, I could just combine the images. I could just combine these dang images. And then not have to worry about that. Also funny to me because like you can barely see the discs. You can't see them with enough detail to like to really get something from it, you know. And you never see the back, but all of these discs have the backs on them. Why do I do this? I'm spending so much time on this minutia. I do it because I enjoy it and it's relaxing to me and fun. However, it always feels like a tremendous waste of my time. Because like nobody will see any of this stuff. It doesn't need to be there. Ah, boy. I'm just looking for images for these things, but I think I gotta. Oh, EU regulations. They can't show me the Santa Fe mysteries. It's too spicy. I gotta put. Just to see the cover. How is the cover spicy? Okay, so they don't have. Oh no, they do. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay, yeah, I have to scan this, which is fine. It's part of why I buy these. All right, we'll have to get the Santa Fe mysteries in there later. Those games are really fun. I feel like it really like flips my my anxiety of like every decision I make is wrong. When every time I've played those games, both times I have played those games, I'm looking at this N64 on my desk and realizing these are lacking details. No, that's got it. It's got what I'm looking for. It doesn't have the little nub in the back though. It's only the US release, I think so. And then N64 had the same American to Japanese region locking as the Super Nintendo, which is to say there's plastic tabs. Right? There's like holes in the back, which I didn't model in here. There's just little holes in the back of the cartridge that would prevent the Japanese cartridge from being inserted into the American Super Nintendo, and that's it. Otherwise, like the Japanese games just work fine. Same thing for the Nintendo 64. But yeah, that's every time I play those games, it's like the one person that I'm like, I'll talk to them on the second run. If I can't make it this time, I'll play it a second time and then talk to them. And then that person is like the key to the whole mystery. And I call their friends characters the weakest physically. So like rolls, I took a shovel and destroyed everything. Those games, I have a friend that we play tabletop games. He's big into it. I'm still into it, just not as much as I used to be. But we talk about Call of Cthulhu a lot, how tough it is to get a good game of Call of Cthulhu that doesn't just turn into D&D set in the 20s. But I've played like the intro adventure that's in the book many times and have seen many people get like the strong man, the guy who goes first, walk into a room, get attacked by an animated bed frame, get thrown out of a second story window, break his leg or die. Best case scenario, end up in the hospital for the rest of it. Yeah, it's one of those games where, generally speaking, if it comes to combat, you're in trouble. You're in trouble, usually. You usually just want to avoid that and get away and try to survive, but don't plan on surviving. Hope to survive, but plan on not making it, because you probably won't. I'm going to be at a convention in a couple weeks, and I sign up for a Cthulhu game, even though like it always goes badly. We killed the ghost. Did you kill the ghost with a shovel? In that adventure, I took that guy's Tommy gun and we went down in the basement and shot the zombie mummy guy to death. I just unloaded the Tommy gun and he died immediately. And then that was the end of the adventure. We found the evil and I just shot it to death. And it's very anticlimactic. Climactic? Climatic? Climactic? Oh, I'm struggling with that word. When you're dealing with like an eldritch horror and they're just like, oh yeah, we just shot him. Oh. I don't think I got any other new game stands. We can save this. I'm not gonna run. I'll run to my other computer or on here when it's off. Well, this was weird. Not totally eventful. I did get some stuff. I ranted for a while. We chatted for a bit, such as we were able, thanks to YouTube being down, which certainly didn't help things. I appreciate the effort people put in to alert me to what exactly the issue was, because I was very confused when I started stream. And yeah, they just my mental focus was already lax, and then having that was just like, well, I don't know what to do now. My problem solving skills were suffering today. I'll have to finish that model. I have to finish that and move on. It's just become a weird obsession with me to finish all these console models. And then I'm going to finish them and I'm going to change my OBS layout and I'll never show them again. No, I won't. But I do need to get moving on those. I've got the GameCube with the Game Boy adapter, Game Boy player on it. I suppose that's Dead Body destroyed that. The body crumbled to dust. He died, I think, so far. Yeah, you know. That's, you know, typically like if the ghosts don't go with their body the first time, they'll probably go the second time. You're probably good. It's not gonna take your mind over or anything. You probably don't have to worry as much about that as you might think. Would be my guess. I could be mistaken. I have been wrong before. I'm tangled on something. I don't know what. Yes, I've got the GameCube, the Wii U. I want to do those. It'd be nice to do. Just make something for the Game Boy, the DS, or whatever. But I don't know. Xbox, Sega Genesis, Master System, possibly. And then potentially the CD add-on for the PC Engine and the Sega Genesis. I think that's it. I think that would cover like most of what I play. There's some things like I won't like PS4, PS5, the Switch. I'm not interested. I don't care what those look like. I'm not interested in having that model of those on my desk. And then other stuff, if I ever get like a DS or 3DS that I can capture from, I don't think I'll model those, but I'll probably make something just for the overlay. I don't know. It's a lot of work that I enjoy, and it's like practice making like different stuff. Although this stuff, most of it is like I'm just duplicating the same thing and updating the texture. But I like it. You know, considering when I started out, there was just this crappy cardboard box model, which used to look a little bit better. And then something updated in OBS and all of the procedurally generated texture that it was using changed, and they look like just awful now. And I never bothered to go back and fix them. But that when I started streaming, my initial background didn't have these games on it. I had a couple consoles on the shelf. It was mostly empty shelves with these boxes on it. And now I'm like, I've run out of space enough that I had to move the Super Nintendo stuff to its own shelf. Soon I'll reach a point where you can't see like almost anything from like this point forward. You really can barely see from the angle of the chair. So I'm pleased with it. Like, it gives me a sense of, I don't know if accomplishment is the right word. A sense of the passage of time, I guess, in a positive way, as this is filling up with games. because these are all games that I played and enjoyed on stream, or games that I'm currently playing and enjoying on stream. Oh, there's my stack of post-game games and Friday the 13th. So my mom was Dr. Mario. Yeah, so this is it's been something. This is why I don't schedule Blender streams very much. I just ramble. I don't get much done. At least last time I got that Mega Man X helmet done. I was gonna work on the Zero helmet today, but I'll work on it this weekend. I was looking at the images of it and kind of thinking about how I would tackle it, and decided I didn't want to do that on stream. If you ever wondered what the slurry looks like inside the slurry, there you go. This is what I'm drinking. Delicious protein slurry. You could ignore that not for human consumption. We don't have to worry about that. These cans are actually very small. Now that I stacked them up, I didn't think I made these with any scale in mind, and now that I see them, like, it's a pretty small can. This is the lid, the opened lid. I like tomato soup. It's like that, only, you know, meatier. Scrumptious. Delicious. Tastier looking and unexpected. Yeah, you know, I'll say one thing, like flavor. That's not a thing we worried about. These were built for machines, not for man. Taste was not a concern, and it really shows. It really shows. All right, well, I gotta go take care of my doggo. Thanks for hanging out. Despite the weird bugs that plagued the YouTube bugs that plagued the earlier bit, and my own scatterbrainedness, which usually goes along with the blender. It doesn't seem like it, but I made some headway on the GameCube. At least, like, you know, got actually like looked at some of the details and thought more about what I gotta do to it. I'm just in that spot where, like, I'm stuck on what to do next, but it is getting there. It is getting there. It's been really hard to work on this stuff lately. I don't have a lot of free time when I'm not streaming, and it's really tough when you're like, you could work on it for 15 minutes and then you have to stop for an hour. It's really throwing me off. When I started, I had an abundance of free time, and then within the first year of streaming, all kinds of stuff happened, and I watched my free time just evaporate. And then the stuff that filled its place, like, makes it very difficult for me to concentrate on things. So I'm struggling to get the stuff done in Blender. I loved spending like tons of time on Blender, making these pointless things that nobody ever sees, but I enjoy them and I know they're there. And I really want to get back to it. And also, so I can spend more time working on things you actually do see, like improving this model and getting different outfits and stuff. But it's coming. It's coming. It'll happen. I just don't know when. But that's going to do it for me this evening. I'm going to go take care of this doggo and grab a quick bite to eat. I will be back tomorrow night. I am back tomorrow night, right? My schedule keeps getting wonked up. I'm back tomorrow night for more Wild Arms. And then we'll be back on Sunday for the Sunday grind with Wizardry 123. I'm pretty excited about that. Checking out some Wizardry. That's going to be a long one. That's going to be a long series, I imagine, because it's like a pretty slow burn game, but I'm pretty hyped. Thank you so much, everyone, for dropping in, for chatting with me, for hanging out with me, putting up with my shenanigans. I hope you all stop back again for the next one. Justin, it was good to see you again. I hope you're doing well. I'm glad to hear that you're not in the hospital. Hopefully things are going well for you. And I say the same for everyone. I hope you're all doing great. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your evening and a great day tomorrow. And hopefully I'll see you back again tomorrow night for Wild Arms. Until that time, have a great evening, everybody. Bye-bye.
Welcome.